Hello, good morning. Happy Tuesday, and happy more web development day today. Something like that. Hope you all survived the internet yesterday. It was a interesting one. Although I wasn't necessarily avoiding anything, but I didn't really see very many prank videos or articles or anything else. So I'm a little bit saddened by that. It feels like it was a little bit lower this year. I think I saw two total, and they were okay. Ironically, I saw one this morning from leftover from yesterday. But okay, today we are continuing to work on the LMS, which is our Rusty and UE web application, which holds our courses. We have one course for sale right now, which is that SQLX Rust, but we're going to be releasing the Introduction to Docker course eventually, or soon, hopefully. And we have a bunch of tasks. We have 7 tests already, and then one that we're working on right now, which is our mobile UI being pretty terrible. And we're working on the hardest one of it today. So we're going to see if we can finish this off today, and then we can hopefully get back to our fast pace with everything else during the next streams. Okay, so that being all said and out of the way, course access articles page. So if we let's say preview this article, this one has a video. And we go into a relatively small phone. So let's do the iPhone 12, 13 mini. And this is what it looks like, which is not bad. Not bad? Not good. Not good. Not great. Now, the other pages we made look good. So now we just have to figure out, what do we want to do with this side nav bar? Because I figure that if we remove everything else, then this just works. And it actually looks perfectly fine. So I think that the side nav bar is the only problem. Now, there's a couple different options that we have. One is we could do the same thing we do with this side nav here, is have a button here that just has like the nav, and then that just sort of appears up and down. When I click on it, this doesn't go away, which we might want to do something about that. Our other choice is to have it be hidden in like full screen, but then hidden. And then a button to show it, and then a button to hide it again. I guess those are all different options for us. I guess like right now, let me see what happens if I try to make this full screen on small. So you are okay. So we have a row, we have a call 3. And if I try to do something like call XS3, that does make it more readable. It makes it full screen. And that goes down to here. Okay, that's fine. So maybe that'll be the first thing that we do, is we just set that up. And I think, let's see, this is in call, but in a column. Okay, we have our widths. Yeah, so let's just make these, I kind of want to make all these XS. Except that last one. Why not add call 3, call XS3? Ooh, we could do that. Yeah, we could definitely do that. Also, hello, RO Cloud. How are you doing today? I was almost thinking, though, that if I just add an XS to all of these, though, because if I remember correctly, on extra small, it becomes full size. On everything else, it acts exactly as if I don't have that XS at all, which would be the same as having call 3 space call XS3. If I remember correctly, I think that's how it works. So if I do that, come back to here. Wait, am I using... I'm not using local. That should make it use local. There we go. Okay, so that makes that full size like this. Now that does take a lot of space up, which is, that's the problem, right? So now I want, oh, and also let's, nope, that's Sura, I want you. Oh, yeah, that, okay, that's not exactly what I wanted either. I thought that the XS would do that, but I guess not. So that was a bad idea. Was it XM? No. Do I want to do what you had? Call 3. Oh, it's the other one. Call 3, call 9. And here, if I have call 3, call XS3. Okay, that doesn't do anything crazy there. For you, yeah, okay, so that doesn't, it actually doesn't work at all. Call XS3 doesn't take precedence over the call 3. So, yeah. And this other one is call XS9. If I were to do something like call 9, yeah, that just tries to put this, we're back to where we started again. So that's not great. So the XS makes it work in mobile, but then it also doesn't make it work here. And then here, if I try to scrunch you up small, yeah, same problem. Doesn't actually do the thing. Ooh, call 3, call XS12. Ooh, that's a good idea. Call XS12. So then if I scrunch you up, did I do that to the right one? Oh, wait, what? Why is this div highlighting that in the middle? It feels... Okay, now it's working the way we expect it to. Okay, call 9, call XS12. Do I need to like actually set it like this? Okay, call 3, call XS12. Yeah, okay, so that doesn't change this at all. It does, that does feel strange, doesn't it? I wonder if my custom CSS that I have doesn't follow the normal Bootstrap thing, and we changed it a little bit. It's been like over a year since we created it, so I don't really remember what goes in it. Unless, of course, you need to be set this way too. No, that made no change. I mean, I could also do call dash space. Just in case. What column do I have on outer div? Good question. So let's go back to this one. Nope, nope, nope. Bigger. Okay, so here's this div. I have a row here. So we have container, we have row, and then I have the 2 columns. And so we can take a look here. Yeah, here are just these 2 columns, which makes sense. They're the left and right ones. So there's no call on the outer div. There's just row, and then the 2 columns here. And if I just replace this with call XS12, that works. And if I make this call XS like 5, ooh, okay. Call XS. What if I do call like medium or small 3? And then we switch you to a iPad. Ooh, okay. So I switch it around. I do it the opposite. So we say call small is one of those sizes. And then call can just be XS. Except what? How did I get? All right, or we cross-side attack ourselves. Okay, so if I do that, I thought I got rid of the debug here. Oh, I can't. Okay, never mind. Okay, so now there we go. Now that snaps into place here, and then everything else shows up below it. RO Cloud, thank you for stopping by and hanging out. And have a great rest of your day. All right, so we have this now. I want to, when it's in ultra small mode, like that, like this. I mean, this is fine when we first start doing stuff, but this is not really all that great if I want to like display this. So I probably want a button somewhere. Now, where would I want to put this button? I can put it next to where buy this course would be, like show nav. Schizophrenic web developer, hello. How are you doing today? It's not fully mobile friendly yet. We're working on the last page to make it mobile friendly for learners, and this is it. So I've got it so that way it at least you can see everything. But this is obviously going to be pretty annoying if you have to scroll through the nav every single time. So we have to figure out where I want to put this. My thought is to use something similar to what our nav uses. So in our nav bar, we have this button with the collapse in it. And this makes me wonder if I can just use this pattern here. Yeah, hide it under a hamburger menu. So let's see, if I just copy this entire thing. Or I should probably create a component that I could throw these things into. That would be much better. Okay, so if I take you, let's go into source components. What should this be called? This should probably be called hide, like hamburger menu. Hide in burger. Collapsible. I guess I could call it collapse. So I want components mod. We are absolutely going to use props. We're going to need children. I don't know if I need anything else with this, really. Well, I'll probably want like a design for this, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Okay, so what is this function going to be? This is going to be bb collapse. Now there's two things here, which means that you probably want to be in a fragment, or I want to wrap this in a div itself. Probably want to wrap you in a div. You feel like you're at the right size, and you feel like you're not at the right indentation. Okay, so we're gonna have this button class toggled, navbar toggler type button. Okay, so if I do all of this, oh, so this won't be the class navbar toggler. Ooh, I wonder if in Bootstrap that's the only one. Okay, collapse hides content. Collapse seen is applied during transitions. Collapse show shows content. Okay, so I actually want to do this instead. And then that collapses this. Okay, so this button collapses this down, and then the button either shows or doesn't show, depending upon if it's there or not, or if it's the right size. Okay, this is what I want. Let's we'll reset this. Okay, so they're trying to show that this button with data BS target. Oh, interesting. So that makes it collapse even when it's large. Okay, where does that differ with the nav? Nav bar. Okay, navbar toggler for use with our collapse plugin and other navigation toggling behaviors. That doesn't really explain anything. All right, so we're gonna do the first one. Just do collapse to begin with. So you want this button first. Okay, so we have button class button primary, type button, data BS toggle collapse, collapse example, R expanded fall. Okay, so Okay, so that's going to collapse example, and then this has the ID of collapse example. Okay, that makes sense. So then I take you. Blah, hello. How are you doing today? Okay, for you, div collapse. We have that ID, which is not great. I don't really care. But if I use this multiple times in one page, we're gonna have to update that. So you're gonna have to have an ID. So pub ID. This is gonna be required, and you can be a string attribute or an attribute value. That kind of worked, but also didn't. Okay, so for you, data BS target, maybe set like that. Okay, but everything else I think is the same. Okay, so I don't need this to be a card here. I need this to be children. So then you're going to be children like that. Okay, and then we need like a label. Okay, so if I use this here in, I guess the LMS, and I can make it collapsible. So children ID and label. So this is the course access article. Okay, so here's the course nav, and so I have that set as BB call width 3. I guess I put that around in here. I probably put it in here then. So we're gonna do BB what is it called? Collapse. Oh, what is this? Containers? Components. Components. See, I saved you, right? Components collapse and components mod. We have mod collapse. Okay, so I should have access to collapse. Oh, do I need to save you before I can find it? So components. Something like that. Yeah, I think that works. Deepak, hello. How are you doing today? What am I doing? I'm working on a Rusty web application called an LMS, a learning management system. It's a actual real use application that I'm using to sell courses. And we're currently working on making it mobile friendly because it wasn't before. Can I make a simple tutorial on Jot authentication using Exum? I will add that to the list. So create simple, like, I guess this be tutorial on Jot authentication with Exum. YouTube learner. There, added to my list. I can't obviously promise when. Okay, so you're sitting here, we have an error, but I think that's just because I'm not using this correctly yet. Yeah, so BB collapse, and we have a few things that we need here. Okay, so we know we need an ID, and the ID for this would be course nav. I guess, yeah, course nav. We also need a label. So this would be course toggle articles. Oh, and there was one last one. The children. Which it has the children. Okay, so that might be okay with this. We head back to here. All right. Toggle net lessons nav, which doesn't do anything. And we get no errors or warnings. That just doesn't work. Cool. Love it when things don't work. All right, so yeah, your okay, so your classes collapse, and then yeah, when this has like collapse show, that shows it. Oh, and that's how I can like control it myself if I want to. Now this button, okay, so button class primary type button. So data BS toggle collapse, data BS target course nav, which I want this to be ID course nav. Okay. Are expended false, all your controls course nav. So controls course nav. Toggle lessons nav. Okay. I mean, that so far seems like it should work, but it doesn't do the thing. Coffee, hello. How are you doing today? Okay, and so in both cases, data BS toggle equals collapse is required on the button, right? Yeah, data BS toggle collapse, which then has this ID here. No. Okay, yeah, data BS toggle collapse. So we have that. href is no, wait. I don't care about. Oh, both of these work. That's what they're trying to say. So I'm only caring about the button here. So class button, type equals button. Do you have that? Data BS toggle collapse. We have that. Data BS target equals hash collapse example, which I don't have that. So target equals fun. Okay. We need a format for this. Okay, so you're gonna have a hash in front of you, and then that, and that. There it goes. That loads it in. Okay, Coffee, you're doing good. You fixed the Kubernetes issue you had yesterday. It was related to your home router allowing DNS UDP packets up to 4096 bytes, whereas the Kubernetes core DNS rejects them because it expects it to be max 512 bytes. Oh, that's fun. You're feeling after all this. You just learned network administration. Congratulations. Now you can instead of buying your home router, you can go buy like a Cisco rack router for several $1,000s and use that. Now, what I would like is for this to be visible here and then not visible down below, which I kind of wonder if that is part of that plugin they talked about. I wonder if that has to be okay. So how do I get that to automatically happen? So there's the navbar expand LG, which I don't think that's what that is. Oh, because the button isn't even showing yet. So maybe that is what it is. If I just add this navbar expand LG to this div here. No, that didn't oh, it'd be the opposite, wouldn't it? It'd be the opposite. So it's almost like I need to detect. Okay, no, I don't like it. Oh, there is this collapse and navbar collapse. Oh, that's also another thing. So you have navbar expand LG, but what if, okay, so this is the course nav, collapse show, navbar collapse. But that's still the opposite of what I want, because I actually want it to be open like this and to not show the button. Oh, okay. So if you like it to default open, add the additional class show. Okay, so not dot show, just like actually just show. So if I just do that, you show up like that, but you also show up like this. And I don't want you to show up. I want you to hide when you're small. Okay, that's JavaScript type stuff. Now, I'm really curious how the navbar does it, because it uses the same collapse stuff, but it doesn't show up until this. So I want to say it's the navbar toggler. For use with our collapse plugin and other navigation toggling behaviors, navbars can use navbar toggler, navbar collapse, and navbar expand classes to determine when their content collapses behind a button. In combination with other utilities, you can easily choose when to show or hide particular elements. For navbars that never collapse, add the navbar expand class on the navbar. For navbars that always collapse, don't add any navbar expand class. Okay, so toggler. Okay, so let's see if I can guess how this works just for this. Okay, so coffee. Luckily, you could just reconfigure your microtic to max it out at 512, which fixed the issue immediately. There's also a PR bug fix for this for future versions of Core DNS. Oh, that'll be nice. Hopefully that actually does, they actually do get that in. Okay, so I feel like the navbar expand here is the important one. So we want navbar expand like small, medium, or so on the thing. So if I put this, okay, so div class collapse show navbar expand small, maybe. You show. I wanted you hidden though. Oh, but I have this show on it. If I remove you, okay, so let's remove the show. Okay, so you don't show. You don't show. Okay, so that's not it. Or it's in the wrong place. I don't put that in the wrong place. Didn't put that in the correct place. So let's see. Oh, that goes. I wonder if it also needs to be a class navbar. I mean, technically, it's not really a nav bar, but otherwise we're going to have to write some JavaScript code. Do I want to put you here then? Okay, that didn't do it. Do I have to add in a nav bar? No, I don't have to add in a nav bar. Okay. Unless it needs to be in a nav. Unless that needs to be a nav too, which I would not be happy if that's the case. No, okay, good. Navbar togglers are left aligned by default, but they should follow a sibling element like a navbar brand. They'll automatically be aligned to the far left. Reversing your markup will reverse the placement of the toggler. Below examples of different toggle styles. Okay, so it's navbar toggler on the button that does it. So that's navbar toggler. Okay, so let's undo some of the stuff we've been playing around with. I wonder if I can set my trunk to also be watching the same directory I have YCL in. That'd be nice. Huh, that turned it white text. Interesting. Okay, so if I come here and I do color black. Okay, so none of the text is actually showing. Yes, that's hidden still. But that's very fascinating that navbar toggler turned the button. Huh, is it actually there? I guess it is there. But I can't actually see that text. That's weird. Oh, because it has, of course, button primary color far light. Okay, weird. Sometimes you want to use the collapse plugin to trigger a container element for content that structurally sits outside of the navbar. Okay. But does that have to sit inside of a class navbar? I'm a little bit worried that it does. Okay, but so you are, because I don't think I'm allowed to have more than one nav at a time in semantic HTML. And I already have the nav at the top, so having a second nav isn't allowed, which seems a little bit silly because I do have two navs. I just have one nav for the course and one nav for the site. It makes me think that, though, maybe, what if I take you and I implement you fully like this? So let's try it with the second nav. Let's see. So if we have those two things, you're going to need a fragment. Okay, so if I just do that, and then div class collapse, okay, so then everything in here is going to be the children. Okay, so that shows up that. Okay, so that, I mean, it's the opposite of what I wanted to work, but okay, so it does the thing. And then you kind of work there, fine. for the button, we can have the label in this now. So span oh, that almost worked. That almost worked. I think I don't think I need this to have a class like this. I think we just make that have to be a span like you. So we have two things in there. That's still the wrong side, but I guess I could also, with that size, what if I, let's see. I wonder if I would need to put like a row in here and then just do 2 columns, or we could just get rid of view. Okay, so we have toggle lessons nav. I could make this centered in here, which would look fine, and that toggles that. Okay, great. That looks great. You, however, are still not showing up. You're not doing the right order. Okay, so how it works. The collapse JavaScript plugin is used to show and hide content. Buttons or anchors are used as triggers that are mapped to specific elements you toggle. Collapsing an element will animate the height from its current value to 0. Given how CSS handles animations, you cannot use padding on a collapse element. Instead, use the class as an independent wrapping element. Okay. That doesn't answer how the nav bar works. Well, I guess what they said is like there's a plugin that automatically calls it in their JavaScript. So if I wanted to call this, I would need some code to determine how wide things are and then call it or uncall it. We could do that. And then apparently we just add some classes based upon what is used. Okay. Now if I throw in there, if I throw in a show, So I don't, button class, navbar toggler. Now, weren't there other things there too, though? Oh, wait. Collapse dot navbar collapse for grouping and hiding navbar contents by a parent breakpoint. Okay. Collapse dot navbar collapse. Where do they have that? Oh no, it's just I want both. I want collapse and navbar collapse. So you have collapse and navbar collapse like that. You don't automatically show up here. And you don't automatically show up here. Okay. I was kind of hoping that would work. I'm still a little bit worried that it requires some more like navbar type stuff. Like, okay, so we have a navbar here. Then I have a container. Then I have our button for the collapse. Oh, then up here I have this. I do have that show on it. Navbar collapse. I wonder if I don't want the navbar collapse here. And I just want... Oh, but the show got added in as soon as I click the button, because that's what it does. Because I don't have a show in here. I guess if I take you and I put you back in here below the button, I don't think this will do anything to it, but yeah, so it's still shown like that. I mean, you kind of work, but not that way. Okay, so for grouping and hiding navbar contents by a parent breakpoint. So maybe, okay, the parent breakpoint would be this div. Oh, so do I have to, I maybe want to have a row in here. That's a little bit too painful to work in. Let's work it in here. Okay, so if I have you, we have container fluid. So then, okay, breakpoint. Can I go straight to call, or do I have to have a, I can't remember if I have to have a row. Now, if I just have a single column like that, and I don't give it a breakpoint, I wonder if by default it figures out that there should be a breakpoint. Okay, that doesn't show up automatically. And you don't show up automatically. Is it the opposite? Okay, you never show up during any of these breakpoints. That makes sense, okay. Now we have our, okay, so this is a call small. So what if I want to do call like, call medium like 3, or was it like call 3, call extra small 12? Ooh. So I want call 12, call XML 12. I mean, so it jumps full size, which is okay. That does now care about a parent. I believe that there's now parent breakpoints. Okay, so navbar toggler on the button. So we have navbar toggler on a button, and that's where you put it here, right? Yeah, navbar toggler. We have collapse and navbar collapse here. Okay, and this automatically collapses at a large breakpoint. Because here we have navbar expand large. Okay, so that's the next thing to try. So we have so maybe I want navbar expand small. There it goes. Now it shows by default. And in here it doesn't show. Okay, and so then as I go down, okay, so at that point it's no longer good. So this is probably okay, but it then goes in here and now I can expand it. Okay, so not small. I want medium. Okay, whatever this is. So we have, so probably large then. Okay, and you become toggle lessons nav, but I want you to also be full size at that point in time. And how do I do that? Do I put, let's see, okay, so we set you here. Okay, and here, okay, I'm doing with BB call width 3. I wonder if I want to make these all large instead of the other ones. So in column, so instead of small, I do these as just large. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. That looks appropriate there. And if we come just a little bit back, that shows up there. That button, the button is pretty small and has this big long thing, which probably because I used a nav bar around it. And the button isn't there at all, right? Yeah, it's completely missing down here. Okay, so that's fine. And then you show up there. So for your button, I can make you have a full size, right? How do I want to do this? I could put a little bit of CSS in here. So let's see. Okay, for our CSS, we're just going to do width 100%. And then we throw that on here. Okay, you're a navbar toggler. Let's see. Did you not get pulled in? Oh, and you need to be a styled component. That did not do what I expected to do. Okay, so I try to say that your width yeah, okay, so for the button, we have, okay, so the stylus got set up in there. Your width is 100%, which is being taken advantage of, but it's not. Oh, 100%. Oh, weird. I mean, I'm not going to set that to be 340%. Why? Okay, so why are you set up like this? What is your parent width? Oh, because we have call large. If I did call large 12, back to the button and made you 100% again. Where's that button? Okay, so that actually doesn't do it. So you know that you're that size. Oh, because I need call small, extra small 12. Maybe, no, that doesn't do it. It's not the flex shrink. Okay, interesting. So this has that max width. Okay, that's great. You have some padding. That's not a problem. It does make me wonder in here if I need the BB row and BB call anymore. And if I'm causing interesting issues with that. So like if I were to remove you two, yeah, that's what did it. Okay, so it was my column and it was my row and column that caused that problem. So now this shows up the full way here. Okay, so I have nav class, div class this. Okay, so we have button classes. Do I need that width now? I do. Okay. So I need the width still on the button to make it take up the full size. I messed up toggler. Okay, that looks nice. I like that. That disappears over here. And then I want to, let's not make you dark. Okay, so we just have toggle nav bar, toggle lessons nav. That toggles hat or not. Okay, I like that. Okay, you stay at the top, and then you know what I can do? I can put another one at the bottom. Ooh, wait. Because I missed this. Button style, I have to clone you now. Okay. can I do something silly with this? We're going to take this button and I'm going to throw it in there. So this only shows up when it's opened up. So we just have this toggle lessons nav. I pop you open, and now I can turn you off there. Nice. I can turn you off from both sides. Okay, I like that. And then of course, if I make this bigger, that doesn't show up. And we just have the normal nav bar as expected. Nice. I like it. Okay. What else would we need to do to make this work? Because it kind of looks good now. Blah, are you still there? If you are, I'd love your feedback on like how this looks when it's down, because I think we got it to the point where you don't need to use reader mode anymore. And you can actually take the thing without having a nav that broken and like running into the content, which is always nice. Ooh, the examples are, I don't know how to fix these. The example code is just gonna suck, right? Because I guess it's gonna suck on mobile in some cases and it's gonna be okay in other cases. But because I have it within a pre tag, it just formats it exactly as is, which is kind of what you want, but also like not quite as nice because we have these problems. And I have no idea what we can do about that. Okay, I'm gonna assume that this is good for us right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and we can ship this. And I think we'll be good to go. Okay, I believe that's deployed out. So if I come here, we go to introduction to Docker, go to preview, I need a refresh. I guess like, let's take a look at, make sure everything is looking good. So we have you on full size. Everything looks great. Courses, introduction to Docker, preview, installing Docker. Great. Everything looks good. Let's go back home and we will put ourselves into, okay, 12.13 mini. So we want to go to courses, introduction to Docker, preview. They don't show up. Okay, we want to go to a different course, a different lesson, and now we can. And when I'm done, I can complete the article. Okay, I like it. So that's this ticket done. Perfect. So we're going to close the issue and move you into done. Oh, you know what? I forgot at the beginning, we had a couple things in our inbox, so we want to go through those. All right, so set up CI/CD for Auth0 actions. Okay, so currently we have 3 actions. Okay, so currently we have 3 actions set up for Auth0, and they are hand-coded into the interface. There is an API that would allow us to just the flows and code externally. Let's set up some GitHub actions to test, and then I guess we have test and then auto deploy. Auto deploy to Auth0. So I think I actually created, I created the Auth0 actions for this. And labels, this will be an enhancement. And right now I'm going to throw this into backlog because it's not that necessary. Okay, other one. As a learner, I want to purchase a course for another learner. So, I mean, this feels pretty self-explanatory, so I'm going to just throw that into LMS. But then that's also going to go into backlog, so I don't have to worry about it too much. Create page for testimonials for Books Builds as a whole. So I believe I have another issue on here for set up testimonials. Yeah, add ability to add a testimonial to a course. This one would be slightly different. I also want to have like testimonials for just all of Brooks Builds. So that could be like for the stream, for the YouTube channel, for the LMS as a whole, something like that. We've actually seen some people say like, oh man, your videos are great, or something else with like a nice tidbit. That could be something great to put in there. So I'm gonna add that to. I think that goes on the LMS, just maybe on like the front page as opposed to on an individual course. Enhancement, but I'm also going to put that into the backlog right now, so we're not going to worry about that. Not something essential for deploying the Docker course. Okay, excellent. Let's take a look at our, I should also commit and do all the fun stuff, because I deployed, but that was a local deployment. So also we have warnings. We need to get rid of those. Okay, so you're good on the YCL side. Okay, so what did we do? We added a collapse. We added a collapse component. That gives us to here. Okay, so now we get to finally start removing some of the stuff that we stopped using. So okay, we're not using you anymore. Oh, and that was it? That was the only thing we're not using? Okay, good. So make sure we saved everything. We only removed unused stuff, so that's fine. So in this case, we're collapsing course article nav when on smaller screens. Okay, and that goes up. Okay, so we're good to go there. Docker course, naming consistency, rename, deleting a Docker container to delete a Docker container. Okay, yeah, so that's the rename a title, which I don't have the ability to do right now, but we have a ticket to do that elsewhere. So I can update that here. Kiran, hello. How are you doing today? Let's see. This is my first time watching your stream. May I know what crates you're using for this project? Yeah. So the crates I'm using for this project, I'm using you. So for the front end, we're using a component-based front-end framework that's very similar to React, and that's called U. This YCL is my own custom crate that I've created. That's basically just a component library that uses you behind the scenes and then just does its stuff. U router gives us the front end routing capabilities, similar but not exactly to the same as like React router. Glue allows us to run simple front end library type stuff. So like I can get console log, I can get the window object, I can get the document object pretty easily and use that with Glue. I can even send network requests through Glue too, because it has request sort of built into it. GraphQL client, so we're using GraphQL on the back end, and so the ability to send GraphQL requests from you is, well, using this. Surday, obviously, every project that uses JSON needs Surday, it feels like. Udx is our centralized state management, so think Redux, but for U and Rust. .env macro and .env, so that allows us to load environment variables from a .env file. Uhooks, so basically there's some expanded third-party hooks out there that are separate from the ones just provided by you, and then Uhooks is really nice for that. This error, so I can create my own custom errors. Sometimes I want to create a random number. Get random allows me to use rand with JavaScript to get a random number on the front end, because otherwise it doesn't work. Websys, so I can convert Rust objects into basically, well, I guess it's the other way around. I can convert JavaScript / HTML DOM objects into Rust objects. Wasm bindgen, this sort of like works together with Websys, allows me to run DOM stuff from Rust itself. stylus, so I can have styled components and like actually do styles inside of Rust. URL, so I can manipulate URLs and do other things. I'm basically using that only with Auth0 stuff. WASM bindgen futures. This allows me to create a promise inside of Rust because if I want to use async code, but it's also like not async, it's I guess it's not async. It is async code, but I want to create an async block, but I want to convert that async block into a promise. Then I use WASM bindgen futures for that. Error for my error handling, and JSSys for JavaScript sys like connection stuff. So that's those are all the dependencies. Does that help? Or if you have any other questions, let me know. How flexible is you with creating simple animations? It should be very flexible because, well, I guess it also depends upon what kind of animations we're talking about. Are we talking about CSS animations? Which in that case, absolutely yes. It's very flexible with that because it's just going to run on the web, right? It's just HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and in this case, WebAssembly, all at the end. And CSS animations doesn't really care where the DOM nodes come from. It just cares, do you have a class on there? And then it just runs. If it's JavaScript animations, whereas if you're doing DOM manipulation in order to like change the width or do something else with that, that is also compatible, but it's going to be a little bit rougher to write in and a lot more sort of like code that we're gonna have to do. I don't know if I would recommend it with Rust right now, unless you're using, what is it called? The canvas element. The canvas element, but still like, it's a little bit overkill to do that inside of U. Like U is not gonna help you at all. You're gonna have to write all of that stuff yourself or find a canvas animation framework in Rust. So at that point in time, I probably wouldn't use U at all, except to maybe like load up a wrapper around it and then load up like another app essentially inside of it. But it's generally a good idea to try to do as many animations in CSS as possible because CSS animations do get to run on the graphics card as opposed to just CPU animations, which are much more intensive battery wise and CPU wise. So like they're going to have potentially performance issues on the phone. Okay, so what was I looking for? I was looking for, okay, so rename deleting a Docker container. So if I search for this, so add a filter, title. I wonder if I can do similar. Similar to deleting a Docker container. Okay, there goes that. I want to edit you to be delete a Docker container. So delete a Docker container, hit save. We should be able to come back here immediately. And wait, that's the wrong one. I want you. Toggle lessons nav and delete a Docker, image. Delete a Docker container. So there that is. So that's set up for us. Perfect. Well, that's fast. Close issue, and we are done. Docker course, typos, change Docker ls. Oh, yeah, okay. So typos, change Docker ls to Docker network ls. Yeah, so I missed the Docker network ls command. So this is in connecting Docker containers together with networks. Again, I have to do this in the database because of reasons. But if I find you, we can edit you. I make you full screen there. Oh, weird. Okay. Oh, that's the description. I don't want that. I want to go to the content. Content, view that. Oh, can I not edit this here? Okay, but I can see the ID view. Okay, so this is change Docker ls. So if I search for Docker ls, this becomes Docker network ls. Okay, saved. Let's see, Docker network ls. I don't have access to this right now, so I need to log in as myself. Okay. So we've got you. I want to go to courses. I own this course. I can open it. I want to go to connecting Docker containers together with networks. Okay, we can, before we create a network, let's take a look at the Docker networks available to us. We can do this with the Docker network ls command. Perfect, okay. You are also done here. Increase space between each section within a course. So if we take a look here, there's not really much space between each of the, oh no, each section here. Oh, this is what I want to do. So I need to figure out how to add in a little bit of space inside of the articles here. So this is all turned into HTML from our Prism, I want to say, Prism.js. And I want to update this, and I wonder if there is, I wonder if there's some like styling. Okay, so all styling is done through CSS with sensible class names, like, okay. Oh, so I can just update you. Okay, cool. So back to you. So for each section, that's like an H. Oh, interesting. They put an ID with the actual content in there. That's a choice. Yeah, that's exactly what they did. Okay, and I have everything in here with an ID of course content. What's an ID though? Chantilly Cake, hello, how are you doing today? And thank you so much for the Prime subscription. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And a 40-month streak too, which is awesome. A happy Tuesday. I believe that everything here has a course content on it. So if we go into course access article, so I'm accessing the article. Yes, here's BB course content. That's from here. Course content. The LMS is looking really good. We ended up getting the mobile dev stuff working, so now it looks good on your phone and on a normal size monitor. And now we're working on all the last little sort of tickets. We've just done like 2 or 3 that are pretty fast. Some of them are just like sort of like a little spell checking thing. Some of them are like little mini styling. Like this one is a little mini styling. We just want to increase space between sections in the actual course itself. So yeah, it's going well. Okay, so we have BB container, BB row. Yeah, so I have this ID course content, and then I kind of also, so it's an ID to show the course content. I kind of want also just do a class of the same name. Course content. So if I do that. All right, Chantilly, have a great rest of your day at work. All right, so looking at here, that, do I need to resave it? No, okay, so that didn't work. What happened? Because I'm trying, okay, so I'm trying to save this. So if I save you again, oh, I know what's wrong. I need to switch back to using local. Okay, so we have you here, and yeah, there it goes. Okay, so now I have a class course content and an ID course content, which means that I can come back to here, go to BB style. Oh, we have okay, so course content, I can actually change this to be a dot now. So we set the iframes to be with 100%, and then the other things is I want course content all. Wait, this is the first one, right? I want whatever depth you are, I think. maybe it doesn't matter. H1, H2, H3, H4, 5, H6. I want you to all have a margin top of, so that separates it a little bit, right? So margin top of like 2 rem. And then I'm pretty sure we're going to have to undo this so it doesn't take effect for the first one. Did that work? Okay. Yeah, so there's our margin top 2 rem. Is this big enough? Do we... I mean, 3 rem might be better. It's a nice little space difference there. That's pretty good. Okay. All right. Now for this first one, yeah. This first one's are that H1, and you are margin top. Now, if I take you off, that just goes right up against there. I actually don't mind having the space up here. I think this is fine. Yeah, I think this is perfectly fine as it is. So I'm ready to ship this. So margin top, 3 rem. I think that looks good all the way through. So I'm good to go with this one. That does solve. Okay, I believe that solves this. Let's go ahead and deploy you. I guess also, okay. All right, so what do? We added space above or between course article sections. Okay, so those are all good and pushed up. We can double check and test on here. So this is what that looks like there. Objectives right up close, content up close. If we hit refresh now, we have a bigger gap, and so that's much easier to see. Perfect. All right. Oh, an ad is starting in like right now. So I'm going to go ahead and take this as an opportunity to go take a break. and we'll be back and continue working on these tickets. So I will be back shortly. All right. We're back and ready to continue. Okay, so ready, current stage. Change font for main title for each course article. So we can definitely do this because we put those under H1 tags. And so I can do anything under there for that. Now, the question becomes, what font should we use? What fonts do I have access to? Do I set anything up? Okay, so I have, okay, for my monospace fonts, I have JetBrains Mono. That's coming in. I could add another font in. I don't really have like a font that's like Brooks builds. We have font sans serif. Font sans serif. Okay, so we have Paduk, Poppins, Average Sans, Headline font, so I could create a variable for article title fonts. I don't know if I would consider this a headline font, but maybe it is. So if I do headline font, so course contents, this would be course content H1. I want a font, I think it's font family. I think that would be it. Oh, that actually just makes it the same as this. These two are the same. So we have, this is our, can I see what font this is? Yeah, okay, font family, headline font. Okay, all of the H's are the headline font. And so what we want is this one to be not headline font, right? I can't change you. What fonts do I have access to? Well, what are these other fonts that we have? Okay, so we have Hadouk. Okay, so if I copy you, so I don't want that one, I want you. And I update you to that. It doesn't really look that different. Okay, the next one is Poppins. Oh, that's decently different. Now, if I center these two, over here, that might make it look better too. Okay, so let's try. Okay, so we'll update you. And I want to go into course access articles. Oh, that is just BB course content in here. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I actually have to do this inside of BB style here. So we can do course content there, and I can do text align center. Okay, I think that's good. All right, so that grabs this. Okay, so now I kind of like this a little bit more. So it's a lot different than the rest of these titles. And it's centered like this where everything else sort of looks the same. Okay, I like that. All right, so what do? We are centering course article titles and making them a different font. I thought I was using local. I'm now kind of surprised that that was working. Oh, it's because no matter what, it's still grabbing that other information. So that will be fine. Okay, so all right, so now if I hit refresh here, there's our new title. It's centered and it's a different font. And if I go to any one of these other ones, it looks much better. So very nice. Remove section title video. Yeah, so initially I was thinking, oh man, shouldn't I put like a section title video? But as overlaid mentioned, was it overlaid? Yeah, as overlaid mentioned, yeah, it's kind of redundant. You can see that it's a video. So I can make the video, I can just remove that from all of the article content. So everything that has, okay, so how many of these do we have? I have a lot of rows in here. So this will be a nice fun thing to work on. See, that one doesn't have it. I clicked on the one that didn't have it. Cool. Oh, I wonder if I can do a query. Okay, so add a query content. I guess like. Okay, so if you have a video in there. All right, so now I can see I have how many did it find? Custard Beard, hello. How are you doing today? All right, so I have a little bit over a page worth of these articles. So this will be fun. You're doing well? Excellent. I'm doing pretty good. We managed to update our web app with the hardest part, which was the mobile development stuff, and now we're working on just sort of smaller other things, which is nice to have. And so unfortunately, the thing I'm working on right now is a little bit off screen, but it's a little bit boring. But I'm trying to do it as quickly as I can. What I'm thinking of is that maybe in the future I should remove the video from the markdown itself, and then I can have that be a separate thing, and then I can inject that into the screen wherever I want. That might make the most sense. You started building a component library in Vue today, transferring a load of code you've written in React. Was good fun? Nice, excellent. How are you liking Vue? Embedding the CSS was the challenging bit. Okay, I'll also yeah, very good. Creating React component libraries was always horrific thanks to Webpack, but in Rust it all just works. It is amazing how all you have to do is switch to a really strongly type system, and everything just works. Yeah, I feel like the same way. Trying to create a library in any of the front end frameworks that are JavaScript based kind of sucks. Embedding the CSS was a challenging bit. Yeah, what I ended up doing, I have a centralized CSS file that everything gets. And then I have also CSS for custom stuff inside the component. I have some ideas of how I might be able to do that for everything else. I'm not completely sure. So like in the future, I might change that. I think this one doesn't. Oh, that has the video at the end. But again, I can remove the solution. It goes there. You end up writing a build s step and write a function in the component library that wrote the CSS to disk file. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, for me, I've been using Stylist and I'm really happy with it. Yeah, but yeah, feel free to share that. You like Sass? You started using Grass. Oh, I haven't heard of Grass. What is Grass all about? Like what is its defining feature? Okay, so it's basically the Sass command written. Okay, so it's a Sass parser. So I don't have to use any of my own stuff because I'm using trunk. and trunk can compile Sass for me, so I don't have to worry about it. I wonder if they're going to use something like that. Oh, you put your Sass in a separate library, not the main web app. Okay, I put my Sass in the component library because it's kind of necessary to run the components. So because it's necessary to run it, I wanted it together. Yeah, so you needed a way to export it from the library into the app, which totally makes a lot of sense. So in that case, yeah, that does make a lot of sense to do. You basically ironed out the approach, and now you just need to write a crap ton of component code. That's ain't that the life of component library writing, right? But where does this thing have video? Oh, video. Okay, I need all right. Let me update. I want like hash space video. Much better. Back to finding things correctly. You only person streaming Rust this morning? Yeah, there's still not that many of us, are there? Oh, you bought the Shenzhen game as well. Nice. I like every time I stream Shenzhen, I'm always like concerned that like is this gonna be the last time I'm gonna be able to stream it because I'm just gonna get stuck and not actually solve anything the entire stream. But then we solve at least one thing, which makes me feel better. You blame me entirely. I'm sorry. I don't think it's that expensive though, right? So it is a fun game, and it's hard but fun. Ironically, I find the electrical engineering parts a lot harder for me than the programming parts. Like if it was just programming, like I felt that TIS was easier for me. Oh, you streamed Stationeers this weekend. Oh yeah. I've heard about that. You mentioned it, right? Yeah, you told me about that. I added it to my list of things to check out, but I have so many things and games to look at. It's like someday. It is. I did notice it's in pre-release, so maybe once it goes 1.0. Okay, I'm down to the last page worth. The big issue with Shenzhen is the code length and pin limits. Yes, that's also a big part of it is the limitations of that, which I think is part of the pin limitation is the electrical engineering part that gets me. Okay, last 4. Okay, that's it. They're all done. So now if I hit refresh, the video title will be gone and all we have is just the video, which is nice. And if we go to our assessment, and I don't think let's see the challenge. Yeah, we still have video at the top here. I think this was in the SQL X Rust. I had the assessment. And this one has the video at the bottom down here, but it's in the solution section, which makes total sense. So I think this is, I think we can mark this as done. Redesign course article navigation to show that we can click on an article. Yeah, so right now, when we're in here, this is not necessarily easy to know that we can click on this to navigate to it. So I'm actually thinking of adding in a title up here for like course navigation. Let's see. So I put this inside of collapse. So I wonder if I can do course nav. Ooh, course nav is its own component. BB course nav. Ooh, okay. So BB course nav. I wonder if I should have like a title in here. Okay, so we just have a UL. Oh, so I wonder, we already have a, let's see. Do I want a title? So if I just have like a div, or this would be probably be a section. Okay, and ad is going to start in about a minute. I feel like I missed a ton of when ads were starting off this morning. Probably because I was in focus mode and we were getting all the CSS stuff done. Okay, so what should this title be? I'm thinking this is like course course articles. So I want a level to be BB title level. I think this would be like a 3. But maybe even lower, maybe like a 6 or something like that. I want this to be centered, so we can have a line. Okay, so if I do that, I do need to switch over and use this. Okay, I like it. So now you have our course articles. Now, how do I make that I can know I can click on them? I can make like a hover state. Where like if I hover over it, it like turns a different color. What would that be? See, so I have okay, so course nav. So I could do something like course nav. When I have an A link. Oh, you're right. Hovers don't work on phones. That's true. You have a call to action, which is a pill shape. Yeah, so if I have, is there an icon that represents like clicking or something? Like something that represents a clickable thing. An arrow in a circle? Maybe. This was what? Oh, I have to create an account to actually read it. Medium. Ooh, we can go to you're talking about like these? Yeah. Well, in this one, when you okay. Yeah, okay. So let's go to Google icons. This used to be over on the right, didn't it? And we can try to find something that looks good. Yes, that chevron that you're talking about, that could be something. I don't want to open in new. That doesn't make any sense. But maybe they have an open. Menu open. Open in full. Expand content. Oh, it's not exactly right, but I think it's closer. Open in browser. Left panel open. Okay, so one of these could be good too. I feel like maybe just the upper right arrow. What if I just do an upper right arrow, so like it doesn't have, it's not like open and full, which is the expected to be expanded. So what if it was just upper right? So I could do like northeast, arrow outward, which is just look like a slightly bigger arrow. Call made. The phone standard for a list like that is text separated by a horizontal rule with a right chevron, right aligned. Wait, what's the chevron look like? Oh, like this. Okay, so I could just do right chevron. Yeah, okay, so I just have some text and then a right chevron. Yeah, it's like great. It's the fun part about any kind of chat, right? It removes all the fun stuff. Yeah, so if I pull, let's just copy. Okay, let's save this SVG down. Okay, so I need to remember how this works. So we're gonna add in a BB icon type, chevron right. Okay, this goes into images. So I want to, is there an images in here? No, the images is outside, right? Wait, no. Source. Oh, it's in foundations, images. That's where. Okay, so if I copy downloads, sure, access my downloads folder, chevron right, fill that. This is going to be into chevron right.svg. Okay, so we take that down. Okay, alt. Chevron right. Okay, so this is going to be chevron. Oh, so let's actually, I can make this so much better. What if instead of it call this chevron right, what if I call this open? So like, if I call you open, this is where you find Figma helps, as it frees you to think about just the design without fixating on code. Yeah, I understand that. I'm actually slow at like design tools like Figma, so it ends up just being faster for me to do it here than it would be for me to do it in Figma. Which is totally a skill issue. Okay, so you're good to go there. So now I should be able to just oh wait, it's not still in here. In course nav, I have the UL, we have props, articles, okay, create course nav item. BB course nav item. Okay, so here's our LI. Now, okay, so we can experiment with the chevron on the right and on the left. Let's try the right. So this would be, we have our title. And then this is, oh, this is the tooltip. Okay, tooltip. Okay, and then if you're completed, I also have that icon for the other thing. Okay. What are you? Okay, so we have title. Oh, is this just a gap that I have? Oh, I wonder if this is just a gap that I have. Quite a skill talking to coding. Yeah, I've been practicing that for a long time because when I was teaching, I often did like live coding. Like that was my primary method of teaching, was through live coding and live debugging of like student stuff. And ironically, sometimes now I find it easier to talk when coding than just trying to code without talking. So it kind of like broken my brain in that way, I guess. Okay, so if I put you here, so I don't need that. This just becomes the thing, right? So we're gonna have a BB icon. Icon type equals BB icon type open. And then, okay, so the size is going to be normal size. Okay, well that's certainly a choice. It also has a border around it. Oh, that's fun. Okay, so let's first fix the size. So we can use the same size trick that we have here. So size equals BB icon size. Let's try tiny like the other one. Oh, normally you'd add this chevron in CSS. Yeah, I can totally see adding it in CSS. I would really love it to be to the right of this too, but yeah, I guess like The other question though becomes, is this really styling, or is this part of like the content of the display? And I can definitely see that in both cases. I think it would be a little bit hard for me to add it in CSS unless I was to add a span inside of HTML to then inject it in using CSS. But yeah. Okay, cool. So we have this. Do I want like a little bit gap more? Do I want that bigger? I don't know. I think this is fine. Oh, background image. Interesting. I've never thought about doing it with a background image. I would have used CSS to just like inject it as the icon, like as text. But I guess in some ways, like to me, the component library part makes it more flexible to use in more different places. And it's like if I now use, I can now like enforce through the component library that everything when I'm trying to open is always this icon. You can add some right padding and stop the image repeating and align it right. So I can add some right padding, stop the image repeating. Oh, and yeah, that's true. Now this should just work because then when I'm done with something, a check mark shows up over on the right, which is over here. And I am not logged in. I have to deploy this if I want to check that, or I have to just do the fun thing of like getting to logged in state, which is great. Do I want to be lazy and test it in production, or do I want to be good and test it actually here? Okay, so that is pointing to local. Okay, so it's not hitting save on here. Do I have to hit save on an actual mod file? Yes, that's what I had to do. You get sick of every PR just being about people stating opinions like fact. Even pull requests have that. Okay, so I need to log in or sign up. Oh, right. Locally, I have that problem. See who do I have? I think it's okay. Have you? Let's see. You don't own this. Do you exist? That's a question, isn't it? Where email is like. That. No users. Okay, cool. So how about oh, this one. Okay, you, I believe you do own this course. Okay, perfect. So yeah, this is what it looks like now when you've completed a course. We have our right chevron and then the completed check mark here, and then the green around it. Blah, hello. Welcome back. Login page looks clean. Yeah, everything is looking clean right now. Also, blah, take a look at the app on your phone. It should be a lot better now, and it should do what you want to do. So take a look at that. Hugh, you worked with a person who changed their hours to overnight. They could make changes at will, not respond to anyone, and the changes. That sounds like a management problem. Management should deal with that pretty much, and I don't see a reason why that should like just be allowed to live. Like a good team lead, a manager should be right on top of that immediately. Vivex, hello, how are you doing today? You worked at a place that refused to allow refactoring. Thankfully, not your team. I guess their code base was brittle. Yeah, it's kind of funny when the non-technical management, which is senior management at most companies, when you run into like a couple bugs that happened because like you refactored, they tend to get really scared and start like trying to manage the problem away by forbidding certain actions unless they give like a thumbs up to it. But of course they don't know what they're doing, and all they're doing is just making sure that things don't work the way we want them to. So it's just unfortunate. You were the team lead. No one would step up because he was team too valuable. I would. Well, so a big part about my leadership style is doing things like even if it risks my job and my position, and the safety and security of the team itself is far more important than any one individual, no matter how valuable they appear to be to the company, because a single bad actor inside of a team can destroy the entire team. And so you can go from, oh yeah, you like this person does like 4 times more work than everybody else, to now that entire team is completely terrible because that one person destroyed everything. So they're never worth it. That person is never worth it. And so I would be the type of person who would take executive action on that team without permission from on top, because the team is the most important thing here. And then I would handle the repercussions. If the repercussions are that I'm fired, then that is what's happened. There was a code battle where 2 different devs kept reformatting the code with each second. Yeah, that needs to be stopped immediately. That a manager somewhere needs to step in and deal with it. Let's see. Vivek, you're doing good. Trying to write a dilint rule. I don't know if I've heard of dilint rules. Custom lints for specific projects. Oh, interesting. Okay, so you could basically, oh, dynamic linter rule. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I've never played with those before. Yeah, Toxic Genius is not worth it. Absolutely. Definitely not worth it. You implemented a 48-hour manual testing QA cycle because of botched update. Yeah, that's the worst. That's the worst. And the problem is like management ends up being, oh yeah, this is great. We totally have like we've solved the problem, and all you've done is made things worse because now you can't make changes quickly. You work for a CTO who is an excellent dev, promoted into a job he couldn't do, and just spent all of his time complaining that no one was as clever as him. Yeah, so there's a lot of different there's a lot there surprising to unpack. So CTOs are an interesting breed because they do often come from like a dev side, and then you're thrust into basically a fairly political position at the very top. And if you can't speak business, heck, even if you can speak business, the just getting someone from the non-technical side to listen to you is incredibly hard. It's incredibly difficult to do, which really sucks. My favorite tidbit of knowledge that's really sad is that CTOs are the number one fired position. Like of all positions, they're the number one fired. And it's oftentimes because CTOs are set up for failure at the highest level because they're not trained often on like how to like work in a political environment that you get in most C-level positions. Maybe HR recruiters nowadays, because like the last couple of years have stretched that, but CTOs get released unfortunately quickly. And it's also the reason why it's really hard. Like if you have a CTO that's backing you up for things, it doesn't mean nearly as much as having literally any other C-level position. Because if they're backing you up, but you don't have anything, don't have everybody else up, you're basically backing up somebody who might be fired anyways. Therefore, that's not helpful. Yeah, a lot of times like people think that CTO is just making technical decisions, and it's not. It's a lot more like there's a lot of product stuff. You really want to integrate as a CTO, you're trying to integrate everything into the rest of the company and helping the rest of the company integrate IT and like understand that. And that's tough. Let's see. Johnny, hello. Sorry I missed your message. I don't know how long ago that was because I don't have a timestamp. Why am I using Axum and not Actix? I have used Actix in the past and I did enjoy it, although that was before 1.0. I like Axum right now. It feels very familiar to other non-Rust based servers. So I will probably be going and creating more stuff with other backend frameworks too, like Actix though. So it's just Axum right now and then Actix and some other ones later. Possibly Rocket too. Sounds like a really fun challenge, but you can see how stressful it can be. Yeah, there's a book, Think Like a CTO. Yeah, that's probably good. There is a book called A Seat at the Table, which is extremely important for CTOs to read. And it's really about how you can try to convince the rest of the company, specifically the rest of the C-suite, to let you actually be part of the decision-making corner of the company. because that's an unfortunate thing that like a lot of CTOs just aren't even invited to a lot of critical meetings where they should be invited to. One nitpick on mobile is that some of these subtitles feel like they should be left justified instead of center justified. Oh, interesting. I looked at it and I was like, oh, I should probably center justify it. Which one are you thinking of? The bigger subtitles in lessons. Yeah, and then this stuff, I never figured out a way to make this stuff, like to make these things look right. Okay, so I made H1s be, let's see, did I make everything be? Yeah, okay, so I made everything be, okay, I made the H1 be centered, and I could make the bigger subtitles and lessons, so I can make everything else be, oh, okay, if you look in deleting the Docker container, so let's go to here. Wait, is this one it? No, list. Okay, so you're talking about like things like objectives and content? So if I set you up for mobile, so you're thinking objectives should be left aligned? Okay, okay. Yeah, so I actually put this on here that everything is centered aligned for titles because like in my mind it was like, hey, that just makes sense. But we can easily remove that as part of this update here. So yeah, here it is right here. I override the left aligned and make everything centered. So if I don't need that, we just move you altogether. All right, so that will make it left aligned. Except for the H1. The H1 will still be centered here. But everything else will be left aligned, so that'll be fine. Oh, ad is about to start in a minute. If I want some more UX feedback, vary your shades of black so that your eye gets drawn from the section headers. Make the text a dark gray. Oh, interesting. Okay, so these headers, what are they? Color, BS body color. Yeah, so I actually have the BS body color a gray. So it is not black. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Basically, you want it to be darker above and then less darker down below. So if I created like a brand new style, like if I said H1s would get color BS body okay, so like you start with black, let's say. But then I could do H2s and everything else on that. Oh, ads just started. I'll continue after we get the ads. Okay, so I can't tell which one of these grays is going to be like lighter or not. I'm guessing that this is lighter and this is darker. You wish you could remember the name of the book. It really challenged. Okay, interesting. Don't make me think. I think I have a copy of that book, although I've never read it. Yes, let's do an override here. We're going to override H1. So we're going to say, okay, all H1s are going to be color I could just have that be black. I feel like I just want to have like a color black. Because then if I actually want this to not be really black later on, I can do that. So if I just do zeros for that. Okay, so this becomes color black. And then for all the rest of them, then the titles. So now we do H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. We do color, var, color. So then, okay, for these ones, maybe we do color gray, like just choose one of the grays. We'll do color gray 1, let's say. And then everything else. I think I had it somewhere. Oh no, then I just set everything else above it, right? Where I can just say, hey, I want everything. Oh, I forget what's being used for everything else. Okay, so if I just say view. Okay, a deep charcoal gray is better as it's less harsh and contrasting. Okay, we can play around with it. Let's actually come out of the course for this one. We'll go home. Yeah, I see what you mean. That's pretty harsh. So right now this is, okay, so this is color black. But if I update you, what if I do color gray? That's a white gray. If I do gray, oh, I see. Okay, so it gets darker like this. So I could do something like this. Color gray 9 for H1, which looks better than if I did black. I never learned HSL. I should probably do that because it feels like there's a lot of good things there. Okay, so color grade 9. Okay, so if I do color gray 9, and then let's just say like color gray 5 or 6, so 3 steps down. Okay, so there's that. Oh, maybe I actually want this to be an 8. That's like a little bit less. It's like not right next to it. I feel like this maybe should be, okay, so maybe we should do 8 there. So 1 step down, and then what about all of you? Where is your color set? BS body color. Okay, so BS body color is, oh, color gray. And so this could be color 7. So then it becomes less and less. What do you think? It is subtler, but like I wonder how subtle that design thing, that trick is that you're talking about, Custard, is. Like, because it's not like something, if we're looking for it, I don't think it works. I think it's like a subconscious thing, right? We can push it further, yeah. Which one should we push further? Because I don't want this to be hard to read. Like, I don't want it to be too light, because then it might be hard for us to see. Because I can make you 6, and that makes you like this. Seven. I feel like I don't want to go. Yeah, I feel like 7 is better. I don't know. Yeah, 6 does feel too light, doesn't it? I think I'm going to keep it like this for right now, and we'll play around with it. Okay, so that's good. What was I working on again? I forget the original task. Oh yeah. To show that we're clicking on an article, which we have done. So we can now, we did that and we tested it and we can deploy it. Because as I'm in here, we now see that. Okay, cool. Look at GitHub, the page I was just on. Oh, in here. Yeah, so if I turn off Dark Reader on this. Oh, interesting what that does to it. So, okay, this is what they have. I don't have, okay, so hold on, I only have light mode on mine, so I'm going to turn on light mode on this. Light default. I do like the themes that you can choose. I kind of want to, eventually, one day, we'll get to that. Okay, so here's what this looks like. See how we see darker, lighter, lighter. Interesting what this is. Yeah, that looks actually a decent gray on that. You feel like a short course explaining the LMS itself and how it's architected would make an interesting, free, cheaper course offering? Yeah, I could definitely see that. Like create video outlining how the LMS is architected and why. Yeah, it definitely does put together many. I feel like when I eventually do the U course, it's going to have a lot of that in there because that's going to be, it's all front end stuff, right? Although like a full, so I do U course, we do a back end course, and then we have to do like a full stack together course. Okay, so this is really interesting. I like it. I feel like I don't want to make any major decisions right now about this. I might want to like do more design sort of like considerations first. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to get this on up there. Wait, did you redeem something? Oh, you did redeem something. I totally missed that. Okay. Vivax, when I saw the word snazzy in there, and I thought you were just talking about like the text. Oh, we changed the colors and it looks snazzy. Like my mind completely ignored the lighter gray above it. Redeem change helix theme to snazzy. I totally missed that. Oops. Hold on, let's redeem that now. Let's open up to one of the RS here. This is theme snazzy. Ooh, that had a bigger change than here. It felt like. I guess that's because all like the majority of the colors changed. So there we go. So far, I like it. But we have to sit with it for a while, right? Okay, so you should be updated. So if we come back to here, first off, if I hit refresh like this, we should now see. Oh, wait, no, I broke it. Hold on. Why would you change like that? Go over like that. That's much better. And also I can there. Okay. I like this more. Okay, so you go ahead and I want to go to LMS for this. Trunk serve again. You write in there, that should update you. And then resync this. You like this theme for having pink? The pink stands out, and I do like things that stand out because it makes it easier for me to like glom on to different different things. What is the difference? Are these files? These are like the actual module, and these are individual structs. That's nice to sort of have that as a differentiation. That so far I like it. Okay, let's now see if I fixed it. Wait, no, that's wrong one. I want to go to you. There we go. I fixed it. Okay, so our objectives. Okay, so blah, we can now see that our titles are left aligned again. And if we go home, we can see darkest, less dark, less darker, like something like that. And then gray text. So, I mean, it looks good, but we're slowly getting better, and I'm sure that we can like maybe once we get like to a good point, I can go back to my designer again and we can figure out some like the next thing and go on from there. But all right, so that is this. Oh, yeah, right. I haven't tested the one thing that we wanted to test yet. So if I go to Introduction to Docker, we preview it. Inside of here, we've added these chevrons. Ooh, I should remove the chevrons if I don't have access to the course. It's been a huge improvement from 2 weeks ago. Yeah, which is really nice. Okay, so I own this course. Okay, so let me log out. All right, so I can click on these. I can't click on you. I want to it's like the course nav, I think. Okay, so I have this router not, which is fun. How does router not work? Oh, because if I have a sum route. Props 2. Oh, because props 2 to props 2 clone. Okay, so if we don't have access to this, let's see. I only want this if we have access, right? So then we do need, okay, so I do need to do something like this, where we're going to say, ooh, I like that highlighted too. If, so props at 2 is none. Okay, so if you're, no, is some. Okay, so that's all I care about. If you are something, I don't care what you are. Then we're going to turn HTML I put you in there. Otherwise, we don't have anything at all. Yeah. Oh, you have to be a sum. Or I have to return an empty thing. Let's return a sum. I could, no, I don't want to do a map. This ends up becoming just a none. It becomes extremely obvious where your problems are, and then we lose a little bit of highlighting of like inside of that. But that is in some ways nice. I forget what it was before. So far, I'm liking this though. We might change it over at the end. Okay, so you're good there. So if I come back to here, we resave you. I still have the chevrons here when I don't have access to them. Wait, did I update? I did not. That's why I don't have access to it. That's why it didn't seem to take effect. Sometimes good names helps out. There we go. Now we don't have the chevron if we can't click on it. Nice. Okay. Internet bird. Hello. How are you doing today? All right, I like this. So let's see. We're on production stuff, right? Yeah, I got production things, so I can do a redeploy again. Oh, good. That's great to hear. Okay, so you're good there, which means now we can come over, take a look at you. We'll hit refresh. Okay, so we'll go to courses, go to you, open the course, toggle lessons nav, and bam, we can go to them. Everything looks great. I like it. Custard, need to go do grown-up things. Have fun. Well, thank you for hanging out. Thanks for the help, and have a great rest of your day. Okay, and let's see. I can also log out. We'll go to courses. We'll go to you, preview. And yeah, okay, that works. Perfect. So now we can mark this as done. Close issue and done. Add descriptions to all articles. All right, well, this is another fun one where I haven't created an interface for this because we just added it recently. But it's kind of essential for this, right? Let's go to the normal mode here. So if we go back to the introduction to Docker course and we preview this, we have basically just like not helpful articles for everything. And I need to write a, what is it called? I need to write a summary of the article in like a 1 or 2 sentences. Now I'm actually really curious. Can I like convince Olama to do this for me? Otherwise, like I could easily do this with ChatGPT, although I don't have any API set up for it. Okay, so if I want to go to course, is I guess like Docker course. What did I call it? Oh, Docker course article, Docker _ course articles. That's why. Okay, so it's been a while since I've used Olama, so let's try. And then the other thing I realized is that I was using Olama, Olama list. I had Mistral 7B text, and what I probably want is Mistral just 7B. So let's do a. Let's get Mistral 7B. And what I want to do is I want to pull in the article, which hopefully shouldn't be too many tokens. Some of them are pretty long. So we might have to create our own custom. We might have to customize like Mistral or Llama 2 or literally anything else in order for it to do a proper summary. And then tell it with like a system prompt to like summarize this. Say what is the LM engine for? It summarizes them. Yeah, what I want to use it for is I want to see if I can get it to summarize in like 1 or 2 sentences the article. That's what I want to do is summarize this article. Oh, and a heads up, a Twitch ad is going to start, or ad block is going to start in about a little bit less than a minute. Yeah, these are all the course articles. So we wrote all those. Okay, so we have this. I want to how do I forget. They have examples of how to do this. Oh, now I need to turn myself back into dark mode again. Okay, much better. Examples. wait, that, I don't think any of these are like all code stuff to do. I vaguely remember finding out how to do this in one of their web pages. I just don't remember where that is anymore. Was it just on their front page? Oh, okay, I can do this. Pass in prompts as arguments. So summarize this file, cat the file. Okay, yeah. So we can do summarize. Oh, it's going to be Olama run Mistral 7B, right? Summarize the summarize this course article on Docker in 1 to 2 sentences. Okay, and then I just cat. So throw this in, and we will cat. Introduction MD. Let's see what it says. Hey, that's not too bad. Okay, what was another one? So building images for multiple platforms. So let's try that. That did not summarize. That just like, I mean, okay, so it pulled stuff from the article. That's great. I think that building images for multiple platforms is too big. And either I'm going to have to use a bigger Mistral, like a 13B or 30B or whatever, or I'm going to have to come up with a different prompt or something else like that. We could, so I've played a little tiny bit around with trying to create my own files from this. So let's see if let's call it touch. This is going to be, what is this called? This is a model file. So model file like that. Okay, and then a model file. Okay, so we're gonna have a from me Mistral 7B. I could also do 7B instruct. That might work too. So a couple of things we can try. Parameters, sets the parameters. Okay, so we have a bunch of different parameters. We'll come back to that. The full prompt template to be sent to the model. I don't know how to use these at all. They those are, I need to spend some time learning like how that works. Okay, parameter. I don't care about that. Sets the size of the context window used to generate the next token. I want this to be fairly large, right, to handle the full article. So num context, so is it equal or is it space? It's space. So you're suggesting like 4096. So I could do 4096, which I think default is half that. And then we keep on doubling until it works. Temperature is usually 0.8, and I could set the temperature to be really low to be more creative, or even higher to be less creative. I think we can just leave that the same. Oh, interesting. There's also multiple ways for generating. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, so the template thing is interesting. Template of the full prompt template to be passed into the model. It may include optionally system message, a user's message, and the response from the model. Syntax may be model specific. Oh, great. Okay, so if system, we have the system. Okay, so I think they had an example at top here. No, they don't really have an example of the template being used. I guess they're using this format. Oh, this is all like in code of how that looks, which is not helpful to me as like a user of it. I just want to see how to use this. Okay, so basically we do template, triple quotes. Okay, so we could do if system, like a system prompt. Yeah, I have, this is very, without any kind of example how to use, we could do the system prompt like this. This might work. So system. Okay, so system, what will be the prompt for this? I have not looked at any like how to do system prompts, how to do anything else with AI. So I am very bad at like coming up with what these should be. All right, so summarize all inputs, like all responses are 1 to 2 sentence summaries for a programming course on Docker. Maybe. Okay, so if I take that, we wrote that out, and I want to build you. Oh, this has an example template. Well, still not. I don't really know what any of that means. Okay, so Olama create, choose a model name, and then F, and then the model file. Okay, so Olama create, the model name is going to be summarizer. F, model file. Okay, that was fast. Would it be faster? Of course, yeah. Well, I mean, would it be faster? Yes, probably. But then it wouldn't be like a fun thing, because if I'm going to do that, I'm not going to put ChatGPT probably on the screen. I'll probably just do that off stream. This we can try to do here. All right, so now if I do an Olama run, what did I call this? Summarizer. So summarizer, summarize the following article. No. Okay, how about list Docker containers? List Docker containers.md. Permission denied. Wait, why are you permission denied? No, okay, that worked just fine. Oh, I tried to open it. I needed to cat it. The article explains how to list Docker containers using the Docker PS command with the -a flag to display all containers, not just the running ones. It also covers creating containers with the same image, resulting in independent containers with different states, and setting container names when running them using the name dash name option. Okay, that's not too bad. The one that was really tough was the building images. So let's try that one. The article and video demonstrate how to build Docker images for multiple platforms using the Docker BuildX tool. By default, Docker can only build for one platform at a time, but with Docker BuildX, you can create. Okay, I like this. This is much better. I think we can update our system prompt to get it to basically say, like, I don't want it to be a summary, just a summary. I want it to be a summary for like a sales summary, like a marketing summary, or like a what is that called? Like the blurb that you put out there. There's probably like a name for it. So all responses are 1 to 2 sentences. Okay, so I think I can actually just up here like that. All responses are 1 to 2 sentence summaries for programming course on Docker. Oh, tagline. Format the responses as a tagline that can be used on the marketing page for the course, for the article. Okay, so if I do that, okay, we recreate you again. Let's run Summarizer for you. Build Docker images for multiple platforms. Create a builder using Docker BuildX to build images for multiple architectures simultaneously. Okay, I like it. You added hashtags and you added the title. Okay, so let's see. Do not include the title of the article. Do not add hashtags. I guess it's because of marketing. That's probably why. Build and deploy Docker images for multiple platforms simultaneously using Docker BuildX. Great. Video tutorial included. I don't need you to add. Okay, so okay. Build and deploy Docker images for multiple platforms in a single build with Docker BuildX. Create, use, and inspect multi-platform builder nodes to optimize your workflow. Reference. I mean, okay, so it pulled that out of there. I feel like we had it pretty good. I like that. Let me try going back to this one. Every time we do it, of course, it could be different because there is like a variety of randomization when it comes to doing these things. But okay. I don't mind this. I can like I could just remove the video included at the end. So if I do this now, what I can, let's see. If I for file, let's actually just create a script for this. So this will be summarize.sh. Okay, so I want to do for file in, I guess this should be like ls for star.md. Okay, so if I just do this, we should get one line and that just runs in them all. Let's see. You're almost dancing with joy. You managed to make your custom lens and you essentially added the bug it should catch the code base for testing, but it found 2 instances of it. I already found a bug for you. Nice. Excellent. You're totally in love with DI lint now. So is DI lint its own actual thing, or is it like a plugin for another linting tool? Oh, it's its own thing. Okay, cool. I will add in. Check out DI lint for Dynamic multi-project linting. Okay, let's see, chmod, summarize. Okay, so now if I run summarize, we get all, okay, so we have all the files. I don't need readme, but I don't think I'm going to care that much for this. Okay, so basically Clippy, but you can write custom lints. Oh, cool. Let's see. I want to like the file. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so how is this going to work? We are going to, for each file, I want to run olama run, I think we called it summarize, right? Summarize. Oh, summarizer. Summarize the following article. So we're going to cat file. I wonder if that's going to work. And then I want you to go out to its own file. Oh, maybe input from cat. I wonder, I don't know if Olama takes standard in like that though. So like if I try to do that here. So let's see, if I did Olama run summarizer, and I had standard in, so we just do this would be say hello to my Twitch chat. Yeah, that's not going to work. No such file or directory. Is trying to actually like do stuff. Oh wait, no. Open brackets. Like that. It doesn't like it. Is it? Oh, it's not curly brackets. It's parentheses. Number expected. What? Yeah, okay. So I don't think it's gonna like it because like that's just text, which would be the same thing that cat would give. I could try cat and just see maybe if it's, wait, it's oh, there's no space. Okay. Let's actually just try the cat. So we'll try cat. Running your first container. Okay. So run summarizer, and then I need, okay, so then I can echo. Can I do 2 commands in one like this? How would I do something where I want like to add in my thing? Or this is where the template comes in, doesn't it? Because I could add it in the prompt. Yeah, that's probably what would happen. So if I do something like this, so weird. Let's go down to the prompt system itself. Okay, so we have template. If system. I don't think I need the IM start, do I? IM start, then it's actually the system prompt, and then the end. That's just sys. That okay. I feel like this is a better one to use. Let's see. What was that? Chat Dev, hello, welcome. How are you doing today? And thank you so much for the 36 months of subscriptions. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How's your day going so far? Okay, so can I just put text in here? Can I just say, I just want to say what this summarizer is then. Summarize the following article, and then it's the prompt. So if I do that, all right, you just got out of some meetings. Nice. That means you're free for the rest of the day, right? Alama create. Alama run. Okay, so if I run summarizer, and now all I do is just pass it in the thing, right? So we just want to cat delete a Docker container like that. Maybe. Okay, you got to meet with one more coworker running free. All right, well, that's not too bad. Learn how to effectively manage your Docker environment by deleting containers that are no longer in use. In this video lesson, you'll discover how to stop a container and permanently remove it using the Docker rm command. No more cluttered container lists. Why did it decide to start? Okay, so I think it worked. That's great. I think this is forward progress. Why did it decide to use emojis? The emojis aren't that good either. Okay, so do not add hashtags. Do not add emojis. Let's try that again. What is this? Okay. Well, so if I ignore that first part, learn how to delete a Docker container and keep your system clutter-free. Stopped containers remain in memory. Remove them using Docker remove container name. Okay. Summarize the following article. Okay, one thing you had some success with was giving one set of example user assistant. Oh, is that something? Is like a user assistant a thing? There's no adapter, I don't think. I think it's message. No, okay. So this would just be, okay. Message, okay. So it's the message instruction allows you to specify a message history for the model to use when responding. Use multiple iterations of the message command to build up a conversation which will guide the model to answer in a similar way. Oh, so it's actually, I put this into the thing so I can actually like pretend to have a conversation with it beforehand. Cool. Okay, so I can do message, it's just space, right? Okay, so message is oh, but like it would be like the entire file. Let's see. Kratos, hello. How are you doing today? Is it possible to make authentication RBA role-based access using Axum? Yes. I mean, absolutely. So like Axum is a very generic backend framework. So definitely you can use Axum to create any kind of like role-based authentication and in this case, authorization. Using then some kind of middleware probably to kick out if you're not allowed to gain access would be the way. So I would probably put it into its own middleware. Does that answer your question? Give it a very short article, like a paragraph at most. The important part is the format of its response. Okay. So if I do that, okay, we can do installing Docker. I think this is a fairly short one, right? Yeah. Okay, you might get away with summarize literally as the user message. Okay, yeah. So let's do summarize. Okay, summarize that. And then the next message would be it coming out, right? That's how it works. Oh, it's like, okay, so I do role message. Okay, so system, this is, okay. I have to go to user, I have to do user first. So message, user, and then that. And then message assistant, is that spelled correctly? Yeah, a message assistant, and then their response would be what would something like this be? This is installing. So learn how to install Docker onto your system. So just something simple like that. All right, so let's try just that one itself. I keep on using Docker because like Olama and Docker are so similar in commands. Okay, so if I run like this, and now I want to use the same thing. So instead of summarize, run summarizer. We just add you in. Learn how to delete a Docker container to keep your system clean. Stop containers and permanently remove with one command. Hey, I think that works pretty good, right? Okay, creators, that helped? Awesome. Excellent. Okay. Now it has like this weird stuff at the beginning or not, and I seems to like have done that after I asked it to not do emojis. So I'm gonna remove that. Okay, so for run you again. Okay, I think this is fine. You would have hoped that the example message would help stop that. I don't know. It's a thing. Okay, so now what I want to do is the next thing is I want to test if I create a dynamic file name, because it's been a while since I've done this and I can't remember how to do that. So if I try to like, okay, if I run this and I want to export this to a file, so let's call this, I don't have like any I don't have anything called output, so that's gonna be fine. So right now I'm gonna call this output dot first temp equals hello world. Okay, so I want this to go into a file named temp underscore summary. I guess just like that. Would it be like this? Oh, hello world summary. Yeah, okay, so that worked. Perfect. So now back to our shell script, back to summarize. Okay, so we're gonna run summarizer. This has become summarize. Actually, I don't even need that, right? We just run summarizer and cat the file. And then you're going to go into the file summary. Like that. And I think we're good to go. So I'm pretty sure I can now run this. Let's remove the summary that we have there. Okay, so about to summarize everything. Now I'm basically running the summary here. I'm committing everything first because there is a decent chance that I'm going to I don't know, blow up a bunch of stuff. So having that like saved away and Git means I can go back to it in case I need to. All right, so let's now run this summarize. No such file or directory. Cool. Let's see. Let's try this. Okay, let's try this with our own. So cat instead of file. Oh, so this is like running your first container. Oh, so that still works. So running your first container summary has nothing in it. Cool. Well, that's not great. Okay, that works there. Okay, what's the difference? Llama run summarizer, cat running your first container MD, and then output to, oh, because file doesn't exist. Yeah, okay. This would be like temp. Okay, got it. So do I have to do something like that? I don't remember. Oh, I think that does work. So if we take a look, is oh, here's a setup. Okay, so if I ls it's bat star summary running. Okay, so whatever, building images for multiple platforms. Build Docker images for multiple architectures simultaneously using Docker buildx. Skip the hassle of building separate images and save time. Stacking, hello, how are you doing today? Aren't we all like temp files? Ooh, it's all done. Okay, so wait, are you done? You're not done. I would assume it's going to quit out when it's done. I mean, I see a summary in almost everything now. Including nothing at all, which is interesting. Oh, interesting. Yeah. I don't know if this is like stuck in a loop or not. I don't have like a good way of seeing it. Okay. Summary. Okay, so if I look at MD summary, some of them have stuff in it. Are these cached, or is it looking at the disk every time I do this? Like this one is empty. Yeah, old school, print the file name before calling Olama. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Let's do that. So let's do echo summarizing file. I'll just overwrite it, which will be fine. So I think it was still trying to work on stuff. Oh, I guess, you know what? We could also do an end. So echo. Come on. Oh, I think I got caught stuck on one of them. Okay. So let's remove everything that is so star that has a summary. Okay, we still have everything here, right? So I want to run summarize. Okay, summarize building images for multiple platforms. Wow, this takes a while, doesn't it? Unless it's literally getting stuck on the first one for some reason. If I try to run it again here, summarizer, this is building images. Oh, it doesn't like this at all. I can't imagine it's because I'm in a script. It's just stuck. Okay, there's only 142 lines in building images for multiple platforms. Comment out the call Olama, see it run to completion. Sure, yeah, we could do that. Let me see if it like finishes on like the next one. It does not. Okay. Oh, summarize line 10. E, command not found. There, wait, what? There is no E. Okay, whatever. It's just gonna be those now. Now, if I bat, Yeah, okay, so move star MD summary. Yeah, so this works as expected, right? So this runs to completion and exits. I want to call Olama and run summarizer. I want to pass it in the file. And I want to output you the file summary. I mean, what I could do also is I could not output you to file summary, and I could just run this. And I would expect that this should work and eventually summarize you. I wonder if I somehow broke it or need a reboot or something. Well, regardless, the idea is going to be the same. Either I'm going to be running this on my system and with Mistral 7B like this, or I'm going to be just pasting these into ChatGPT and having it summarize in a couple sentences. But either way, I'm going to take the results and throw them into the database for each article. And then we're done and ready to sell, which I'll be working on getting that into some kind of like good state before Monday, so we can maybe go over and like look at it and maybe do like a trailer or something else. So I will announce when I have that all ready for like everybody to take a look at on Discord and probably everywhere. I'll probably do Discord like first, and then let's see. Everything else I think is going to be good. I think I need a reboot to get Olama to start working. Oh, wait. I can turn Olama off. I can quit Olama and then restart it. Maybe that will work. There we go. Okay. So now you're happy. So now we're going to run this. Let's put this back, right? So I run it into the file summary. We run you, and then we... Okay, now it's doing the thing. Now it's actually working the way we expect it to. So I should be able to go to summary, and here, build for multiple platforms. This is what that looks like. Perfect. So then I could just grab this, like multi-platform images, or it'd be like this. It'd be this one, wouldn't it? Build and deploy Docker images for multiple architectures simultaneously using Docker build X. I can clean it up, like I can remove the tildes here or anything else. And I think that'll be it. Then I'll have to put that into the database, and we're pretty much good to go. I also need to run this for all the SQLX courses too, because right now they have like the Hello World one. Okay, I am, it is 12:30 now. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours, which I think we ended up doing pretty good today. We got, see, what was our final total here? We got seven things done, and the very last thing is this add descriptions to all articles. So I think we're doing pretty good. All right, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it for the stream. Tomorrow I'll be back at around 8 a.m. Mountain Time to play more Shenzhen IO. Hopefully we'll get past well, we'll see how many of the puzzles we can do. We're a little bit stuck on one puzzle right now, and hopefully we'll figure that out. Got Dennis, hello. How are you doing today? Let's see, and then I'm off streaming for the rest of the week after that. I'll be back on, yeah, I know, stream is over. Sorry about that. So let's see, on Monday, I'll be back. I am not sure exactly what we're going to be doing on Monday. We might start a project because like we're done with like the LMS stuff here. On Tuesdays, I think I'm gonna continue working on LMS stuff and sort of like start chunking through the backlog, but these are less urgent. So we can maybe do like a fun project on Mondays. Which I've been itching to do a kind of fun project, and I have an idea for what to do that I think would be fun. So that will all be coming up either tomorrow or next week. So how are you looking? You're still doing your thing. Okay. So in that case, everybody have a great rest of your Tuesday, and I will see you all next time, whenever that is. All right. Bye.